Alright, let's see. I think I'm ready. Alright, I think I could bear to lower the game sound a bit. Alright, welcome to my Black Desert stream. Today I'm mainly going to be the main purpose of today's stream is to test out my audio settings. I certainly hope that the echoes issue that was here last time isn't occurring this time around. I've also deliberately have the stream on monitor mode so I can see which volume settings I'm currently using on OBS, so that I can use it as a reference in the future. So yeah, if there's anything bothering you guys regarding sound, just please holler out in chat. I'll try to check the chat as often as possible, but which is honestly not going to be that a lot since a level 55, which doesn't tend to hold out that well in this place. So, since I've been away from this game for over 30 days, I've been able to return to the... I'm now a returning player, so I have access to the Olvia server, which means I've got a good chance to get a spot in Crescent Temple, since most of the people in the Olvia channel are actual new players, so the Valencia grindy spots tend to be empty. Alright, so there's someone here, but the courtyard was free, so I'll just take that one. Yeah, someone's here too. Since there are people here, I'm pretty sure this circular area is also taken. But it won't hurt to check. Yep. Well, I still got 3 other channels to check, so no biggie. But whoever's running this area isn't doing a really clean job of... Alright, where should I roll for? 1, 2, 4... Let's go for 1. I might want to view the watch page just to check how many players, how many viewers there are. Alright, looking good. Kinda forgot where I'm supposed to park. I think it was over. Yeah, I think it was the ledge over there. this is awkward looking at the ad screen. Alright. That should do better. Well, since I'm here to mess around with the settings, let's try. Alright, I'm going for 40%. Man, hearing had to pop up just right now. So yeah, it's been a long time since I've been playing, so I still have to get my bearings. Thankfully, a lot of the fundamental stuff hasn't changed that much. Also the fact that this game is as grindy as ever. Something not happy. Something I can do to help it. It's not simply that the grind is so horrible, but it's that you have so many things to waste my time. It's like, for example, the auction house system is a very good example. I just have to sit around the auction house doing exactly nothing, just that I can have a chance to buy an item that I need. Which I really don't think is a good game design, because it just further widens the gap between casual players and hardcore players. Because whatever amount of X time is required for you to waste to buy items, it always hits the casual players harder, since any given amount of time is more precious to them compared to hardcore players. Not to say that Pro hasn't been making any efforts to increase the gap when, for example, the daily experience buffs are what's it called? Simply looking at the music volume, I think this is way too high. Yeah, this time we're going to go for 10%. Well, at least no one's shouting on chat, so at least that should at least mean that the static isn't there. Oh right, almost forgot. There was a buff that I wanted to use. Ah crap, forgot. Mails can be only received in safety zones. Wonder if this was a account-wide buff or a character buff. Maybe I'll use it next time. So yeah, I have to keep talking for this rehearsal to have any meaning, but I'm already finding myself with less to talk about at the moment. Especially since I have to concentrate on the game with Mr. Jumpy here. So when people have been saying that witches and wizards have gotten insane with grinding speed, I see that they weren't kidding, because I swear my grinding speed in Crescent Temple wasn't this fast before I quit the game. And I haven't had any gear upgrades either. Any more leaked info to the Dark Knight? No. Not leaked, but they actually released the official gameplay trailer, which you can check out in the homepage or at Steparo's channel. So yeah, while I'm on the topic of Dark Knight, I might as well mention that I think I already did mention it, but her main weapon was already released last week, and I'm planning to go easy with her at the beginning, see how she works out, and if I really like her, I'm gonna start investing in her more seriously. But for now, I'm just gonna use whatever gear I have at hand for her leveling, which to say at the moment isn't too shabby, because I was lucky enough to grab a 16 plus Uria blade from the auction house. No idea why someone would go through all the trouble of enhancing it, enchanting it, and then selling it back 2 days before Dark Knight release. I mean, I guess someone prepared their Uria blade and then got lucky enough to get a Kazarka box. That's the only explanation I could think of. Oh, it's nice. It's also nice to see that her instant heal doesn't force her to change to staff. It really broke my rhythm before. Okay, I can see that I've got some chat now. Alright, I'll just take a very short break since the respawning isn't catching up to me anyway. Yeah, I'm going way too fast for the regeneration rate anyway. I think I'll have to change my course. I think I'll have to adjust my course a bit. Let's see. What do you think about the new Dark Knight trailer that came out today? I actually like it. I see a lot of people complaining about the attack speed, but well, I think there's two things to consider. Their character trailers usually use base attack speed, and another thing is it's actually good to see a character who swings with some actual weight to their weapon. Although balance-wise, I could see that being that actually being a crutch, because it's kind of like the same problem Fiona experienced in Vindictus. Like being a slow character in a Korean game usually means that you're basically playing Dark Souls while everyone else is playing Devil May Cry. It just isn't a fair setup from the beginning, no matter how you balance the character. Alright, next question I'll cover at the next stop. What main hand is it going to use? Blade, longsword, etc., etc. She has her own type of basic weapon. A word-to-word translation would be a curved blade, but somehow I think that's not the name they're going to go with. The English version, I guess they're going to try to go with something that has some magical affixes to it, something like rune blade, spell blade, something of that sort. But yeah, the closer to word translation would be curved blade. Dark Knight Awakened weapon. Yeah, nothing's confirmed at the moment, except that she only has her main weapon revealed. So at this point, it could be anything. Like, if I were to make a wild guess, there might even be a possibility that she doesn't have an awakened weapon at all, or that they actually have it prepared but just haven't teased it yet. I mean, like, yeah, so anything's possible. Well, except for the fact that, except for that wild guess that she might not have a awakened weapon, because that's really out of question, since Pearl Abyss would not give up the chance to force players to enhance another gear slot. Why did it get blown away that direction? And my attack power is 207 basic weapon and 209 for awakened weapon. It's also nice to see that they've added an animation for her casting motion for the poison field. It got really stale looking at her just outstretching her arm all the time. What do you think of Dark Knight's playstyle will be like? Also, if she will get a grab and block. Well, looking at her style, I'd say that she won't have a block since she seems to be more magic oriented compared to the other melee characters. At the same time, it doesn't seem like she's going to be speed-based either. With all the work they put into making the her attack animations look like it has some impact. So, what do you guys think of the sound so far? Like, is the game volume too high? Is my voice too high? Is there any other miscellaneous sounds that shouldn't be there? Anything? I love how fluid Awakened Witch looks. Can't wait for the 21st. Ah, so you guys are getting it on the 21st. Yeah, I'd say that they've done a pretty good job with Witch's Awakened weapon. I mean, I wouldn't be playing her if I didn't think so. I don't even have a lot of playtime on her clocked. Like, for example, my health level is still at level 20. I haven't even reached level 30 yet. So I'm assuming that there's no complaint over the sound. That's strange. I don't remember switching to staff. And Earthquake is still as buggy as ever with man, why do I keep forgetting words while I'm streaming? Yeah, terrain. I can see that the Earthquake skill is still bugged with terrain. I mean, it admittedly is working better than in the past, but it still refuses to hit against targets who are on higher ground. It works a lot better going downhill, though. Is Witch Wizard best class for PvE? No, I haven't played over half an year. Well, I'm not really sure about if they're best, but I'm confident enough to say that they're on the top tier. And that's simply due to their sheer damage output. Well, that and along the fact that they're really good at area of effect damage. come over here. Would you say she's a clunky, heavy hitter then? I wouldn't say clunky, but she does seem to be a heavy hitter, according to what I've saw on the combat trailer. But I could be wrong. Game volume could be a tiny bit lower, especially your attack sound effect. On the loud side, your voice is good. Tiny, alright. I think there was something for that. Alright, let's see if that works. Let me check the time span, 20 minutes. Alright. So I'm kind of in a conflicted situation here with my grinding course, should I call it. I'm going a bit faster than the monsters can respawn, but I don't think it will be worth going beyond my current course, because the time it takes to go out and come back in won't be worth it. The laziest way to play Witch. What's your opinion on accuracy in the game? Some people say you can stack enough. But I see a lot of streamers not taking red coral earrings, etc. I'm kind of on board with what you've seen other streamers do. I think in most cases, if your level isn't too far behind your opponent, having Veg gloves is mostly enough. It's just that accuracy seems to be wonky for some characters, like for example Valkyrie. because Valkyrie always seems to suffer from really low accuracy, no matter how much accuracy I put on her. So even for being a character, with not a lot of hit numbers on her skills, her damage seems to like go all over the place. She really doesn't seem to have any consistent damage. Which is actually part of the reason I've decided to quit Valkyrie. And the other reason is because of the Dark Souls and Devil May Cry comparison I made earlier, with how everyone is moving so fast in this game. Even when I have the edge on my opponent, it always feels like I'm going on a wild goose chase, eventually ending up with nothing. So even if it's a case where I have better gear than my opponent, most opponents can just like drop in, do something, and then whenever they're in danger, they can just like back out right away and then come back when they're ready. And the most obnoxious character for doing this is not even Melha or Musa, it's actually Ranger. Yep, I'm going too fast. Can we see here? I just want to see how much AP is left. So yeah, here's my gear again. Not really that impressive these days. Seems like 19 gear sets are the norm these days. Something that I'm most definitely sure I'm never gonna reach. Yeah, Valk does have a lot of crits going for her. But it actually makes her problem of uneven damage even worse. Since the damage ratios are even bigger with her almost guaranteed crits. So it's really hard to rely on how much damage I'm actually going to be doing against the same given target. Hey bro, what's up Echo In? You should have an image link with your gear ready. Come to think of it, that is a good idea. Now would be a good time to give him a ring. Pretty please. I don't remember the stairs in Crescent Temple being this hard to get up across. And my witch certainly isn't short. She's getting up just fine this time. I just keep getting caught on the stairs whenever I'm in combat. What's your main character now? Well, the Switch is currently my main character, but I'm going to wait and see how Dark Knight turns out to be. Now, I don't know why, but for some reason, Dark Knight's skill motions remind me of Warrior during the Sword and Shield days. I mean, even though those two weapon types are so different from each other, I really can't explain why, but that's how I feel. I should have aimed for the two monsters in front of this entrance first. Can I see gear, please? All right, for the third time. And you could try pausing at this point since close it right now. Maybe I should have saved that alt for Mr. Jumpy. Now I did say that I'm going to be maining Witch from now on, but since her weapon isn't as good as my Valkyrie's, and right now her skill set is mostly aimed towards grinding, so she really doesn't have any skill points on the, well, you know, the passive skill that increases health and other PvP related skills. So I'm still going to be using Valkyrie time to time before she reaches level 59. For whenever there's a node war, that really matters. Darn stairs. Did you really? Yeah, I didn't sell my Valkyrie stuff yet. I'm also holding on to a faint glimpse of hope that they might release a Dandelion Switch coupon when Dark Knight's Awakened weapon comes out. But to be honest, I don't find that to be likely since they've quit that practice after, I don't know, when was it again? I think it was, yeah, I think they stopped that practice around when Ranger got her Awakened weapon. So they only did it for like 3 characters: Warrior, Sorcerer, and Giant. Don't think they've sold the weapon trade coupon from that point. Sesame. Ah, screw it. Would you say Wizard is better offensively? I really don't have enough experience to say on that matter, but looking at his skill set, it certainly seems so. I mean, first of all, having a grapple makes a huge difference. Respawn order is totally jacked right now. I'm just gonna leave that guy in hopes of straying him out. Alright. So I guess the sound volume is pretty okay now. I guess it's pretty decent right now. I made quick work of that Guardian a lot quicker than I expected. Oh, come on. Get up those stairs. You're a game character. You have no excuse to be more physically inept than I am. Ah, darn it. I'm not really gaining as much experience I had hoped. I mean, I keep seeing Gahaz being shitted on the forums, like for being, well, like similar experience gain with Sosan, being vastly inferior to Crescent temples and other the other popular Valencia grinding spots. But I always find that I'm gaining a lot more experience in Gahaz compared to Sosan, and the experience gain in Crescent Temple doesn't seem to be that good compared to Gahaz either, so either people are lying or I'm just really bad at grinding in Crescent Temple and Sosan. Did you see the new Dark Knight gameplay? Yeah, I did. And I liked what I see. What I've seen. Sheesh. So I've said this before, but it's really nice to see a character with motions that actually seem to hold some weight in them. And actually, during early development, this game was actually intended to be a lot slower paced. And it was like that up until the first closed beta, but a lot of people complained that the combat was boring, and I've only had experience since second closed beta, but the combat in first closed beta did look really boring. I mean, I don't think Pearl Abyss is really good at making a slow-paced combat. A lot of the neglected skills in the basic weapon skill tree actually make a lot more sense if the game was a lot slower. But with the speed ramped up so much ever since, like continuously since second closed beta, a lot of the original skills they've planned for characters became obsolete very quickly. Which is a shame because, I mean, the hints of the concept they originally had for combat, you can see in the basic weapon skills for characters. Actually, interests me a lot, and if the game was slower paced, they actually might have been able to properly balance Ranger as a ranged character instead of a burst down the enemy before they become a threat or get burst down yourself character. Oh, that went horribly. At least I didn't get hit. That could have been a disaster. The new character looks like Vindictus Arisha. Yeah, some of her moves really did remind me of her, especially the move that looks like Runeblade. I'm sure Arisha players would know exactly which motion I'm talking about. Which is actually a plus for me because I really like the skill motion for Runeblade. So yeah, I mean, as far as preparations go for leveling up a Dark Knight, I think I'm in a pretty good position since I've already got a 16 plus Urea weapon. My sub weapon isn't so hot though. I mean, I've only got a 14 plus. Don't know how to pronounce it in English, but a Zubur talisman. And yeah, I mean, people are assuming that her sub weapon is talisman because her illustrations show her equipping something that looks very similar to one. And no sub-weapon was added during last week's update, even though her main weapon was updated. Alright, so my buffs are all down. Time for a super short break. Alright, so almost 24%. Not too bad, but as I said earlier, it's not really that impressive compared to what I get at Gahaz. Yeah, didn't see you there. You mean the summon sword coming from the ground? No, not that one. That one is obviously her 100% Black Spirit skill. I was actually talking about this one. Let me see if I can... let's get this. Yeah, I think it showed around here. This one. Oh, let's rewind it. Look at it again. So I'm talking about the follow-up strike she does after her horizontal slash. Wait, nah, this farther behind. Yeah, this one. The angle at which she slashes is different from Rune Blade, but her the stance of her legs is exactly the same. Let me just see how my voice is compared to this music. 1 2 1 2. I think I should lower the gains out a little bit more. doesn't seem to have made much of a difference though. I guess I could just decrease the master game volume. Alright, I think I'll just do another hour of grinding and then end the stream there. I think I'm pretty much sorry, set for my sound mic and game sound configuration. 17 plus talisman, yeah, not worth it. Looked like Musa gameplay with sorcerer effects. I kind of get that comparison too. But her movements does have a lot more weight to it compared to Musa though. That's one thing I would want to mention. I keep getting the feeling that I'm forgetting something. If I add another hour to this, I think I'm pretty safe within reaching 30%. Also, leveling my witch isn't going to be easy since I also have to play Dark Knight. There's also a new character coming out in Closers the week after that, so that's another thing I have to spend time on. the hell is he going? But I really want to mention, I've mentioned this countlessly while playing this game, but no matter how many times I mention it, it really is worth. It's still worth mentioning how the grind in this game is so messed up. I mean, all that work for an hour, and I only get 4 to 3%, a measly 4 to 3% experience. Even though I'm on the extra experience point channel. And getting to level 59 is actually relatively easy. I guess I'm actually the odd apple in the bunch of players playing MMOs, because it seems like the concept of usually fighting people with equal gear is not something a lot of MMO players agree with. I mean, I get the point that there needs to be some difference in stats with an RPG, since that's really the point of leveling up a character. But I don't understand why it has to go to the point where some players against other players can be like, there could be like situations where resistance is completely futile. Because you can't even do any reliable damage, even if your opponent would be to just, I know, like, go AFK. I mean, where's the fun to that in beating an opponent who is so vastly outgeared compared to you that they can't even put up a fight? I mean, I've actually had several experiences. One of the prime experiences in that part for me was I actually once dueled with a warrior during a ship ride to the new continent, and I was actually pretty sick that day, so I wasn't really concentrating, but so I was like playing really horribly. I mean, not concentrating and not really doing much, and the warrior was actually pretty good. I mean, utilizing all his skills, including his basic sword and shield weapon skills and such, but he just didn't stand a chance because his gear was so abysmally weak compared to mine. So it goes without saying that the opposite situation ain't any fun either. So yeah, fighting against an enemy you can't even scratch isn't fun, and for me at least, fighting against the enemy that can't even put a scratch on you isn't fun either. But seeing how much money Pro Abyss is earning through cash items, I guess it's safe to say that most people disagree with me. And you might have noticed that I'm really reaching out to find something to say. Come to think of it, I haven't really put much work into configuring my workers. I mean, I do have most resource nodes running right now, but my crafting, my workers for crafting are totally doing nothing at all, since I haven't prepared any materials, so I'd have to prepare on my part. That's something I should eventually get on to working with. Let's say 20 minutes, so I think it's worth a shot. I still have to get an earring. Especially since I'm still using a crummy quest ring. I mean, earring. I've got a nice like buff rotation going on in my usual spot in Kahaz, but I haven't really established one in Crescent Temple. I think I probably should. Only problem is that my grinding spot in Crescent Temple isn't that stable, so I guess creating a pattern wouldn't be that effective, since I won't have any guarantee on which spot I'll be grinding, since competition is so fierce over here. Do you play your Valkyrie anymore? Nah, I'm planning to quit her because I'm really sick of not feeling like an actual threat to anyone at all. There are other reasons as well, but most of them are some stuff that I've already mentioned in the early part of this stream, so I really don't feel like repeating myself with that topic. So yeah, sorry about that, but anyway. I'm planning on completely quitting my Valkyrie once I get to level 59 on my witch. And even then, I'm just keeping my Valkyrie as an emergency measure for node wars and such. How much money do you make on an hour average, including selling junk items? I haven't really calculated. I mean, when it comes to simply junk items, I think I make around, let's see, let me think. I think 4 million silver. Yeah, I think around 4 or 5 million silvers. But if I'm to factor in other stuff I pick up, such as scrolls, I think it roughly rounds out to about I'd guess around 10 million. Just know that I'm completely pulling these numbers out of my ass. I never really took the time to calculate. Nice. I'm gonna finish this lap quickly, since I want to take a nap after that earring. brief break so that I can take a nab at that earring. Perfect timing too. I'm casual, but I like the gameplay, and coming from Diablo, I like the occasional grind, but I keep hearing this game is more fun for PvPers. Well, yeah, it is. I mean, that's really the only reason why I'm bearing to do any grind at all, because the PvP is actually fun if you're actually fighting against somewhat balanced gear levels. Alright, so it should pop up any moment from now and between 5 minutes from now. I mean, like in the past, I always memorized the exact second items were updated, but I think I'm too lazy for that. While I'm waiting, I might as well check what kind of talismans I have. Nothing. Any more urea blades? Nope. It's always a it's always a pain to simply just look at that blank trade screen. So I actually prefer to use a maid even if when I'm in town, just so that I can see people moving around. All right, it's up. Let's hope I get it. Shit. Oh, back to grinding. Well, as long as I'm on this character, might as well check my farm. Yeah, man, so many weeds. And pests. Alright. Now back to grinding for real. Alright, and come to think of it, I also forgot to roll the dice on the minigame. Useless crap. Anyway, since I really don't have anything else to talk about, might as well talk about the witch. It's really nice that they've been able to create a Gandalf-ish character skill set for witch and wizard in a game world like this. But I always felt that enjoying their playstyle was always so limited because they always had to rely on not being the center of attention. So having other people to take the pain for them. Now, during PvP that is a possibility, but when you're grinding, not so much. And not having good combat mobility is also a big problem for grinding, since the most effective targets for grinding in this game are targets that you can kill within like 2 or 3 skills and then move on to the next group. Which makes mobility a huge factor for grinding in this game, but like wizard and witches before awakened weapons, well, they did have short bursts of mobility. But the problem is that the range of their teleports wasn't compatible for like all grinding, what should I say, rotations. For example, I guess the most popular example would be Sosan. Since monsters are so densely placed around that place, the long distance of teleports doesn't really make a huge difference for your mobility. But on the other hand, like it does help in grinding spots with long distance between each packs. Since your teleportation cooltime usually comes up between fights, but for densely populated areas it's not really that useful. Here I go, not concentrating on the combat again. It really amazes how some streamers are like able to fully maintain regular speech and gameplay while like playing games that require high concentration, like for example FPSs and such. I can't even do this routine grinding while properly while streaming. All right. Actually, I forgot. I was talking about Witch. So yeah, where was I? So I was talking about her before awakened weapon, but so yeah, the problems that I mentioned earlier with her basic weapon were mostly addressed with the awakened weapon release, because they tend to be a lot shorter compared to their previous skills. I mean, compared with other awakened weapons, they are still pretty immobile. But for Witch and Wizards, it's still a huge improvement. And the addition of blocks on several of their skills helps a lot too. And the double teleport was also a very needed addition in this world of where people with awakened weapons are flying all over the battleground. A single teleport simply just didn't do the trick for getting away. It also added an extra degree of control on where wizards and witches move. Yeah, wrong direction. And anyway, the reason that I'm just keep going round and round without reaching much conclusion for my discussion on Witch is because I really can't explain what I really like about her skills. It's just that it's a lot more fun. They're a lot more fun to use compared to like Valkyrie's skills. I mean, it's not simply about her being better at grinding. It's just that it's a lot more enjoyable to some extent when I'm doing it with my Witch, because it is so tedious to do with my Valkyrie. I found, although I did find PvP to be more interesting when I'm playing Valkyrie, the gap between the enjoyment I have in PvP with Witch and Valkyrie closed up a bit once I've gotten the hang of using utilizing Witch's guard skills and super armor skills in a good combination. And I also think that part of the reason is also because there's only so much ways you can make someone stab their opponent. That's really a big limitation when choosing lance as a weapon. I mean, it works okay for games like Monster Hunters, where each weapon type doesn't have a lot of, don't have like a lot of moves on them, so it's more acceptable to have repeated motions. But in a game like Black Desert, where you have to utilize a various amount of skills, it gets stale really fast when the only thing you can really do is various iterations of stabbing. Stabbing upwards, stabbing forward, a longer reach stab. Oh yeah, well, she does have 2 skills for stabbing the ground. I guess that makes a whole bunch of difference. I know I'm getting too much and losing play entirely alone. What is better, Valkyrie Awakening or Valkyrie main hand? Awakening is far better, and that's not even a competition. The only class that actually has somewhat of a competition between their main weapon and basic weapon and awakened weapon is Ranger. Yeah, I forgot to renew my buffs. You know, so far, my money gain for grinding in Crescent is also not that better compared to Gahaz, since I'm not getting any rings. I mean, I think it's actually worse if I don't get any rings, because I'm getting less from trash items, and I'm also getting far less scrolls. I mean, when I'm grinding Gahaz, I get so much scrolls that I have to worry about inventory space. But that certainly is not the case here. Thanks for the input. Sucks to hear you're not enjoying Valkyrie as much. I really like the class, but when I get Awakening, I can see myself not enjoying it as much. Oh, nice, next. Well, one thing to consider is that this is the same across all classes, except for Warrior, but Awakened weapons tend to feel useless at level 56, and they start to have some meaning at level 57, and they completely outclass basic weapons at level 58. The reason why Warrior is an exception is because their main weapon is so crappy for grinding that even at level 56, his Awakened weapon is a better choice. Put it back. Forgot to put it back. Alright, 20 minutes left. Not a lot of time left before I end the stream. So if there's anything more you guys would like to ask me, now would be a good time, since it's gonna take me a while to answer, to find to answer between grinding. Sometimes I just feel like spamming this skill over and over again is the best option for Witch, and then I remember that I actually have a limited mana pool. probably take a moment to check chat once I reach that hill dive. So much for that. The sound settings are really good now, by the way. Ah, thanks. Good to hear that I finally got a working sound setting. So, as long as I've mentioned it, let's see. 50% and 8%. So that should be my golden spot. Why did you decide to switch to Witch over the other classes? Well, that's hard to explain. I mean, the short story is that because I'm enjoying her gameplay style the most right now. It's just that, as I mentioned earlier, I really can't explain why I like it so much. Yeah, but yeah, the bottom line is that I'm enjoying her playstyle the most right now. And the grinding also feels a lot less tedious with her. Ah, shucks, and I also forgot. I have to use my cast speed potion too. Better not forget it this time. Ah, crap. Brought out my summon by mistake. which I really don't want to do because they always manage to mess up my aggro. As long as he's out, I might as well use the return command when I need to, which almost forgot to use my casting speed potion again. Alright, so where was I? Is there another region coming with Dark Knight release? No, well, I mean, the original release schedule was that Kama Silva was supposed to come out during summer, but that was pushed back. So Dark Knight was actually supposed to come out after Kama Silva, but that's been changed. Looks like Kama Silva is going to take longer than expected. Although, I'm pretty sure it's gonna come no later than January because they did a huge content patch 2 weeks before with no actual updates, so a lot of people are thinking that that patch was actually part of the Kama Silva data update for the Kama Silva update. For whenever that happens. That was a mistake. Do you think Oceano servers will be released? I would. I'm certainly not the expert for that, but if I were to bet, I would say the chances are not that likely. Since I'd wager that running a Black Desert server would be a huge amount of work. Considering how huge the game world is. Really sorry to break it to those of you who are just joining, but there's only about 6 to 7 minutes left on this stream. Alright, come to think of it, did I publish the Planet Dark Knight stream? Oh, it's still unlisted. Okay. So I'm planning to have I'm planning to stream Dark Knight gameplay 2 days from now, at exactly this time right now. So that's one thing to consider. So I've mentioned it during my last stream that my plan was to get a day off on Friday, so I can just like pull a all-nighter when Dark Knight is updated, but that didn't turn out so well, so I'm going to have to do a much shorter stream than anticipated. So yeah, currently is 10 past 11 in Korea, so whatever time it is where you're at, I'm going to start the Dark Knight stream at this time 2 days from now. But there's also a chance that I might start it an hour earlier, but no more earlier than that. Hmm. 2 minutes left on my buff, so I guess this is going to be my last lap. Then again, I do have 5 minutes left on my beer buff, so I guess I could do another lap after this. %, yeah. Another lap will be worth it. Whoop. I'm over my weight limit. I should have unloaded during my last lap. how's this game holding up? Is it still a desert community in Korean scene? Well, as far as MMOs goes, it sure is. I mean, because like every time a new MMO is released in Korea, people leave Black Desert, but they always eventually come back. The biggest case of this was Bless. I mean, a lot of people left, and people who remained were actually glad because there was finally some place on grinding spots to grind on. But eventually, people came back from Bliss, not only by themselves, but they actually brought more people with them. So the grinding spots ended up being even more crowded than before. So yeah, as far as MMOs go, man, why am I having so much trouble pronouncing that sentence? MMOs. Oh yeah. Two repeated syllables. So anyway, as far as for MMOs, Black Desert is still the main game in Korea. There's a certain scandal going on with some like very lenient measures against people who've been abusing bugs that is threatening to undermine the popularity of Black Desert. But the main problem with that is that there really is no other option available besides Black Desert if you're playing an MMO. So the only other option would be to play a game of a different genre. Alright, so I guess that should be it for today, but alright, here's the thing. I'm actually planning to grind one more hour, but the thing is, I have completely run out of stuff to say, and my original objective of trying to find a good setting for my audio has already been met. So my question right now is, are any of you guys willing to keep watching the stream while I'm not going to talk about anything at all? So yeah, like to put it short, are any of you willing to watch another hour of stream of me just quietly grinding another hour in Crescent Temple? Because if there's no one making precise expressions about that, I think I should end the stream here. Let me just prepare some stuff in advance. That's stupid. Debuff. All right. Goodbye, Quebec. Well, okay, so how often do you live stream Black Desert Online? Not that often, to be exact. I mean, I don't really have a regular streaming schedule. I just stream whenever I feel like it, or if there's something that I really want to show, but don't feel like editing a video for. Well, of course, I mean, I will answer questions, but I won't be talking talking between. Well, okay, so if there are people who are willing to watch, I'll just stream without saying much. So yeah, fair warning for those of you who are here. The next hour of streaming is just going to be me grinding Crescent Temple without talking, except for when I'm answering questions. How much gauge do my pets have? That should be enough. I'm actually more worried about my the weight on my camel. And how are my item durability going? Okay. I guess my character can stand another hour. Alright then, here goes. Oh wait, I think... I'm gonna have to get a drink before this. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Let me just quickly check my phone and get back to work. Which is exactly what grinding feels like. It's a prerequisite chore I have to do if I want to do any PvP at all. Alright, let's begin. I actually don't have to use my tome since it's a 24-hour buff, but I just do it out of habit. Because sometimes I just use scrolls as a replacement for tomes when I don't have, when I really can't be arsed to buy one. I wonder if videos of me doing PvP horribly yesterday would be of any interest to some people. I do have a couple clips lying around in my hard drive. Yeah, the surprise whale spawn. Wonder if I could hazard a venture over to this group. Too far away. Weapon switching animation tends to be cancelled easily when she's moving. It's actually a pretty relevant risk. Because I find myself using staff often when I'm supposed to be using my orb. Right. The venture to over this side wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for that staircase. stairs in this map is an even bigger hassle for witches, because, well, witches and wizards, because of since their teleport command has a bad habit of coinciding with the climbing up ledge command. Better step up my pace. I see more competition. Another earring. Guess I'll have to try for that one too. Still got about 7 minutes left. How much HP do you have? This much. Yeah, I'd really better get around posting a picture of my specs on my streams from now on. Seriously, are they going to let me go with 3 hours of grinding here? With full buffs and not a single ring? One more lap should do it. The game is basically Maple Story. Well, I guess that's a comparison I've never heard before. Are you excited for Dark Knight tomorrow? Not tomorrow, 2 days from now. And to answer the question, yes I am. It'll be interesting to see what kind of character they have cooked up, since it's basically the first character they've created ever since Awakened Weapons became a thing. No, that does not count as a ring. Neither does that. Unless... of course. Maybe I should just start gathering those, since I do have a good chance to stably grind the Crescent Temple as long as I'm in the Alvia channel. Oh, better get ready to switch characters. Well, at least my timing for taking a nap at the auction house is impeccable. What do you think of Witch vs Wizard? Would you say Wizard is more single target PvP? Mark system look interesting. Curious to see how it pans out in PvP. Well, as for the Witch and Wizard argument, I'm not really in the position to say because I've basically quit around the time Wizard came out, and it's only 2 days since I've returned. But from what little I have seen, I'd say that Wizard is more offensive and Witch is more versatile. But that's really just a wild guess. Maybe 10 o'clock. Yeah, I was drinking around that time. So any moment from now, between now and 5 minutes. Oh, never noticed that they've added a explanation for the auction house system. Ah, man, so they finally got around putting up an explanation for how the auction house system works. This was long overdue. Well, as long as I'm waiting, might as well make some more preparations for. Nope. Let's type. For my Dark Knight, but no luck. I'm just here to answer yes to the title. So I guess the score currently is 2-1. 2 people having said no and 1 people saying yes. 1 person saying yes. Do you know what time Dark Knight will be released? Let's see. So if everything goes as just a second. So if everything goes as planned, which I bet will most certainly not, but assuming that there's no extended maintenance, it should be 2 days from now minus 12 hours. So yeah, 1.5 days from 1.5 day from now. But as I said, that's assuming they don't have any extended maintenances or crap. Anyway, that is assuming they don't have any extended maintenances or emergency extra emergency maintenances. Might as well take a nap at this. Alright, so at least I got that. And again, as long as I'm on this character, might as well check my farm again. And before anyone asks, I'm not really doing this for profit. I'm actually doing this as a kind of like a side activity that also gives me weeds that I could use for alchemy. And I'm also curious to see what they will implement in the future for farming at the farming level, which is still useless even though it's been like over half a year since they've updated it without any functionality. Okay, that was nice. And back to grinding. What weapons does the Dark Knight use? She has her own basic weapon. The word-to-word translation is close to curved blades. But until I get what the official English name for her weapon is, I'm just gonna call it Rune Blade for convenience. Well, for my convenience, to be exact. Oh, and since since the topic came up with Black Desert never explaining anything, I think I might take this chance to kind of talk about my experiences with Peria Chronicles during last G-Star. Is that, well, for those of you who've seen the combat trailer for the game, you might have thought that the game feels kind of like clunky and slow, and that is true to some extent, but since I've been able to look at videos before actually trying it, so which means I basically had some experience before playing it, I actually found the gameplay to be a lot more smoother when a player who knows how to who knows what to do starts playing. But one thing that I noticed is that it felt incredibly similar to when I tried Black Desert when it was before it was. Come to think of it, was it before first alpha closed beta or not? Yeah, between second closed beta and first closed beta, I tried Black Desert at G-Star 2, and I had the exact same feeling, like that the game didn't really feel like a game, but it felt more like a simulation of a game the developers were envisioning. And as all of you know, Black Desert certainly took a lot of time to get to this point. So for all its flaws, Black Desert actually does feel like a proper game now, but in the past, it really just felt more like a simulation. An incomplete simulation. Which goes to say how bad Korean developers are polishing their games before release. Especially considering that there's an opposite case at Blizzard, where they tend to polish their games to a blinding glare before they release it. So yeah, so I wouldn't say I would want Blizzard level dedication to polish, but it would be nice to see Korean developers exercise some discipline in polishing their games before release. Because it's not just simply about receiving a fully completed product, but it's also because, well, it's the characteristic of how online games works. Sometimes if there's an element that's not really that optimized in a game, it can actually have a lasting detrimental effect to the gaming population. And, well, online gaming is only alive as long as there are people playing it. Which is not the case for single player games. I mean, even if you're the only person playing that game, as long as you're having fun, then that's enough. But for online games, you need to have a active population logged in. And releasing a game premature could actually stifle your chances on creating a long-lasting game. So it's a point that I'm kind of concerned with Superior Chronicles, because it is a relatively new concept, and I really would like to see it work, but it's not really gonna. It doesn't have a good chance if they really don't smooth out the edges before release. I mean, Black Desert could certainly have used about 6 months of more development time before release. I think that actually would have helped a lot, and it is something that I've mentioned during my feedback for the third closed beta, but of course they just released the game as scheduled, with all its glorious flaws. Okay, I'm getting a lot more chatter in chat box right now than I was 2 hours ago. This is going to be challenging to keep up with. And this is also another instance of I could probably use another monitor, but can't since I don't have any space left on my desk. The talisman is a likely result, likely a candidate for the Dark Knight's secondary, well, not secondary sub weapon. Almost 12 o'clock. Might as well use my mercenary buff while I'm here. Well, as for the budget stuff, I mean, Peria Chronicles and Black Desert certainly is no small budget company. Since Peria Chronicles is backed by Nexon, and Pearl Abyss was already an established developer before Black Desert. How many of these did I needed to trade? Looks like they scrapped the previous update. So gathering these are quite pointless. Gotta relog to get the buff. Anyway, let's see. Wasn't it confirmed that it was a talisman data mining? Well, I haven't really been catching up with data mining news, and sometimes there were cases of when some stuff had changed right before data mined information has changed right before release. Not to say that I don't think that the talisman is a likely candidate for Dark Knight's secondary weapon. Well, this place ain't big for the three of us, and I ain't budging. Yeah, didn't notice that I was over the weight limit. It's not going to work to my favor. I think they left anyway. Seriously, you're going to start hitting my monsters? That's really not a thing you want to do against the witch. Fine, you asked for it. You see, this is actually part of the reason why I quit Valkyrie. I mean, I really couldn't have said that during the previous situation if I was playing on my Valkyrie. Because, like, trying to steal against the witch is a really bad idea, but against the Valkyrie, well, go crazy, because she ain't going to be able to steal monsters away from you. Yeah, we really picked this place clean. Nice group of monsters you got there. It would be a shame if something would happen to them. think you can run? Too bad. Teleport. Might as well grab another group over here. So yeah, I've mentioned that I intended to play the last hour of this stream quietly, but ironically it turns out that the last hour turns out to be the most interesting one. Not worth it. Hmm, 18 plus talisman. That might actually be worse than the investment. Let's see, 11 minutes. So 10 minutes from now. I guess I could risk being chased off to a crappier grinding position for 10 minutes. experience potion. I should get going in 6 minutes. You don't know how to give up, do you? Three more minutes left, I guess. 2 laps, I should do it. Alright, I guess now would be a good time to log off. But I will be back. Alright. Not sure if that was an 18 plus. Let me check my stream. Alright.
상인 조합장이 허가한 정식 거래니까 믿고 맡기셔도 좋습니다.
Let me see if I can find it over this long list of... Oh, here it is. Anyway, let's see. Is this game fun? Well, I guess the obvious answer would be yes. As long as I'm doing PvP, that is. I mean, the grinding is really exhausting, but it's the PvP that makes it count. But eventually I get too tired of the grinding and quit for a couple months and come back, and it's always that repeated rotation all the time, same rotation. I play for a while and then get sick of the grind, quit, and then come back after a month. Exploring parts of this world and doing PvPing is really fun. I mean, that's really what keeps me in this game. But man, the grind is just too much. But passing on the issue of grind, since like it is an important part of creating their revenue, one thing I wish they really would have done better was the quests. I mean, Black Desert has this huge world, but it doesn't really feel a lot of parts of it feel very empty, and the quests do a horrible job at conveying the story, because like I've actually had more fun. I've been more immersed in the story by reading the 4 paragraphs of the backstory of Calpheon, Hydael, and Valencia than all the time I've spent actually playing the game. The game is... If it was the issue of the game not having an actual story at all, then I wouldn't even bothered. But the story of Black Desert isn't that bad either if you actually get to know it, but the method they deliver it is just so horrible. It's like they try to find the most boring way possible to do in-story game telling. I mean, in-game storytelling. So an opposite example would be Witcher. The game world there is somewhat smaller than Black Desert, but it feels far more fuller because each and every part of the world, there's something to see, something to do, and something to experience, but the same doesn't apply for Black Desert. You have all these generic quests, and the only method of delivery is through text. So they don't even have voice acting. So really, the storytelling in this game really falls flat. So yeah, besides the infinite grind, my main gripe against this game is that they really should have done the quests better. It's such a huge waste of this enormous game world to have so poorly designed quests. Either I've seen the message wrong, or this talisman is going to pop up at the last minute. Looks like it did. Huh, actually got it. Looks like I'm pretty well prepared for my Dark Knight. Now it's a weapon that's not so cool. Just a 17 plus Uria. It looks like I'm going to have to sell this back again.
저를 통하면 손해 볼 일은 없을 겁니다.
Alright, let's finish up the last 10 minutes of my witch grinding. Streaming Dark Knight when you come back. Yeah, I'm planning to stream Dark Knight gameplay the day she's released. People were saying that not all skills were used in the preview video. Well, there's really no way for me to tell since I don't know her full skill set. But that is often the case. I mean, like, no, that is likely the case since basic weapons tend to have a lot more skills compared to awakened weapon skills, and the Dark Knight trailer was just long enough to show what usually entails the number of awakened weapons. I'm gonna let them have that group. Seems a bit too cruel to steal the two groups that they worked so hard to gather. Gotta unload for my final lap. Alright, after my 3 minute is up, I'm going to wrap up and go back to town. Well, not before doing a boss scroll that I'm going to get from a quest. And that is when I'm going to really end the stream. But seriously, not even a single ring? Man. For me at least, Crescent Temple sucks. Considering how harsh the competition is here. I'm still going to stick around as long as I have access to the obvious channels, but once that is over, once I'm back to the normal channels, I'm just gonna go back to Kahaz and never leave. This place doesn't really feel like it's worth the trouble. Well, my time is up. But I just want to use my buff skills one last time before leaving. If there was anything to use it against, that was. Alright, this is really enough. Once I reach my camel, I'm really going to leave. Don't need any notifications for sub-weapons anymore. Alright, I'm leaving for real this time. Alright, this place is all yours, guys. Enjoy. $3,566 stones. Now that is a hefty load. Getting out of here is always risky because the camel handles horribly, and there's so many things to block my way, and I really can't put up a fight with all the weight on me. Thankfully, I've gotten out without a hitch. What is a good pre-order price for Dandelion? Well, I don't think the prices will be same across servers, but in Korea, I've heard that it's around. Let me think for a second. I think it was around 600 million. Yeah, that was what I heard. How are you doing today? I am doing fine. Thank you very much. Although I think I am lost. And I'll eventually find my destination if I just keep going east. And it's not that hard to spot either. Ah, I see it over ahead. One thing I'll miss with the Valkyrie is that I think she's really one of the best characters to use against bosses. Ah, crap. Now I have to just walk all the way. Yeah, not my smartest move. But you know, considering the weight I had to pull around if I used my camel, this actually might be a safer method of travel. Alright, let me put her on auto run for a moment. Okay. Don't have any additional questions, so might as well leg it. Sheesh, it's almost 1 AM already. I believe I'm a little over halfway there. So yeah, back to my streaming schedule. You'll be able to find the scheduled stream on my channel for my planned Dark Knight gameplay, which will be 2 days from now. So on the day of the update. I'm not sure how many hours I'm going to be able to invest though, since I have to go to work the next day. Alright, almost there. Let's see how much my trash items are worth. Not bad. Time to pick up some repairs. Oh, not you.
수리할 수 없는 장비가 세상에 있겠어?
Alright, so I'll be ending the stream soon. Do you guys have any questions before I end the stream?
물건을 맡기러 오셨으니까 잘 찾아오셨습니다.
Uh-oh. Forgot I left a huge bunch of stuff here. Don't think I'm gonna have enough space. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I really don't need these ropes. Or these.
공간이 부족하면 공원도로 창고를 더 대여해야 합니다.
Right, and that's everything. Perfect. Is Gahaz worth it for experience points? Well, for me it certainly is. It's always been my favorite grinding spot because it has pretty moderately good experience point gain and also silver gain. And since the silver gain doesn't really rely on any rare drops, it's quite consistent too. And I've never really understood why Crescent Temple or Vashim is a better place for experience than Gahaz, because I've never really gotten a lot of experience from grinding those spots. Okay, then if there's nothing else, I'll be closing the stream here. Thank you for watching.